Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back with another live stream of Hearthstone. Starting a little late today. We've got Trevor on the chat already asking what deck you're playing. Well, let me get started and let's find out. Since we did 3 quests and we only needed to do 2 quests for we did 3 quests on Wednesday when we really only needed to do 2, which was a good move, and it's probably what I should do every week. I only have 1 daily quest right now on the European. At some point around 6, 7, 8 in the evening for me, there will pop up another quest, but I probably won't get it done. So that just leaves me with this 40 gold quest to play 30 rogue cards. We could come over here and let's just see if we can do this pretty quickly. These are all rogue cards, so Custom Rogue 2 will work just fine. Tavern Brawl wise, we've already gotten our victories, so we might end up doing solo adventures on the Americans account because this isn't gonna take too long. We still need to look at the Asian account. Just play ranked play, I imagine. Trying to get up to those ranked wins. And we might as well play ranked standard. Not that I'm really trying to get up high in the ranking ladder. I just want to get to 20 to get the card back, and then after that point, it's not worth my effort. There is a significant amount of news. A lot of it came from a mini Nintendo Direct that kind of came out of nowhere, if we're gonna be honest. Let's see, not a ton of stuff happening for me. I managed to finish playing the 2014 remake of Striker, which is effectively the exact, almost a beat for beat copy of the Sega Genesis version of Striker, from best that I can tell, because I looked up a speedrun for that Sega Genesis of Striker, except for the fact that there was actually a lot of content that was in the Genesis version and not in the 2014 PC version, which that seems pretty crazy. Let's see. I guess I can do this.
Here we go.
This. Like, theoretically, I'm not trying to win, I'm just trying to play cards. Let's see.
Out of my jungle!
Scrolling down my Twitter feed to see if any new news has come out since the last time I looked at my Twitter feed, which really wasn't that long ago.
Here we go.
I'll just end the turn there. Yeah, so I need to get into reading the news in a second. And
Out of my
we're in a very weird position, I say that phrase quite a lot, where I may have more news than actual gameplay. That really is the actual case. It's usually the exact opposite, even if I think it isn't.
Here we go.
Keep on scrolling. A lot of news. A lot of news.
dare summon me!
You see with Trevor. The game effects volume is kinda drowning me out. Okay. I keep tinkering with this. We'll see how that is. Is that any better?
This is our town, scrub.
Also, in the
Here
meanwhile,
we go.
I heard from a source I'm choosing to believe that having mid-roll ads on YouTube gets your videos more promoted. So, I don't know. That is now the default, and it's been applied to all my old videos. That kind of sucks. I fully agree. It sucks. It's not how I would like to present my content, particularly as I'm recording content in 2018 to only be 30 minutes long. The idea of Google automatically, effectively forcing me to put in 2-3 mid-roll ads. It's not what I want. It's not what I want at all. It's something I would definitely consider taking off once I had like a Patreon or something that could thrive and survive by itself. I would be more than happy to cut Google and YouTube out of making money off of my channel. Done. But in the meantime, I've got to try and get my channel to grow. If it's ever going to be successful, I have to do everything that even has a slight chance of improving how the YouTube algorithm suggests videos. And so mid-roll ads are now on. I apologize. Let me know if you see any during the live stream, because I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work. I imagine what it will do is it will just decide to put some in after a certain amount of time. Trevor says, yeah, that seems to be better, haha, thank you. And then we have a new person that just says, hi. I don't know how to pronounce this name.
I will fight with honor.
And then Trevor says, actually maybe a little lower, sorry. There's a little lag time when you see my comments. Yes, there's always lag, unfortunately. I have done as much as YouTube will allow me to do. As far as trying to reduce the lag, but I can't do much more. The new person just says, just say era. Sure. Okay, era. E-R-A. Trevor said before that, I love your dedication to the channel. Yep. I think everybody, but me personally also, their art, their creation, their YouTube channel should be thought of as a piece of art and creation, not as some kind of burger you sell at Burger King. It's not a mass-produced product, even though I have made like 5,000 videos, and many would argue that is a mass-produced product. Every single video is an effort to be creative. It's an effort to criticize the games and be informative. I'm not here just to make a buck on this channel. It was never the original thought. By default, when I started this channel, I just wanted it to be a place where there was a historical record of the games I was playing anyways. And then I also realized that I have some experience in video games. I've been playing them for 30 years, and I have opinions on video games. Maybe they're not agreeable opinions, but I still have them. Let's see. Let's take this one. And I'm gonna have to struggle. So we'll do this, this, and this. So yes, there is a dedication to my channel to keep it going, to try and grow it, to make sure it doesn't get copyright stricken or content ID stricken or in some other way destroyed by YouTube. There is this chance. Some other way YouTube will decide to destroy small channels. YouTube, if not to get into the whole Logan Paul thing again, but I mean, YouTube really shows its hands when it brought in a bunch of Viners like Logan Paul and gave them special treatment, and is still giving them special treatment. A lot of it really comes straight down to giving Disney special treatment and big corporations special treatment that they don't deserve and shouldn't have. Let's see. I can hit this. And let's see if this... Air says, I just got into Hearthstone again. How do you recommend I get back into it? Well, if you're getting back into Hearthstone, you're at least a step ahead of having to go through all the awful setup. If you have all the basic cards, which you probably don't because I've been playing for 3 years, and I still don't have all the basic classic cards, not basic cards, but classic cards. The goal, in my opinion, is still to just try to have a complete collection of classic cards. Those are the only cards that aren't going to get banned eventually, or at least in general aren't going to be banned. So having that complete collection is the thing to do. After that, I would say buy everything you can get on the solo things. Do the Kobolds and Catacombs single player. Do the Knights of the Frozen Throne single player. I'm not super hot on the Kobolds and Catacombs cards, so I wouldn't buy a lot of packs with that. I would kind of save up until the next expansion. I'm not sure that's particularly going to prove to be helpful, but like, I'd go with Classic first, certainly. And then further on that. Get into ranked play and get up to rank 20 to get some card backs if you care about card backs. Get into arena play. They've made a slight change in arena play, so if you want to do one of those, that would be a good way. Particularly if you want to learn the new cards, playing arena will let you play with the new cards. Do the Tavern Brawl while you can to get a free card pack. Try to get as many friends as possible. I accept all friend requests, so you can friend me, RYDO number 1423. If you haven't been around for a while, you can now do daily quests with your friends, which, if you've got a good collection of friends that come on and play, that makes getting the rather difficult the daily quests a lot more doable.
Here we go.
I'm gonna lose almost certainly, but whatever. Just playing cards. Trevor says, that's cool thought process on it. I've always wanted to do it too. It's cool that you're so chill with how you do things. A lot of respect as a fellow artist, bro. Thank you, Trevor.
Reporting for duty.
It's only gonna get harder to do anything on YouTube, so if you do want to do it, I would recommend to start doing it as quick as possible. And you don't have to publish your videos. I mean, I'm in a very weird position where there is a major desire / need for this to actually be a career. But if you were already working a job or going to a school, you can have a lot of videos and just make them unpublished or private and just make a record that way. You could build up and schedule things to air like a year from now, and then have a collection. When starting my channel in particular, I started with just doing like 1 hour videos of The Binding of Isaac Rebirth, I think, and I just kind of obsessively grew from that point, and kept adding to the point where I just eventually burnt myself out because I was doing too much. I need to just play these cards, don't I? Since I'm gonna lose anyways. It's really hard to tell if anybody new will succeed on YouTube. YouTube in the past has been like, there's some major successful people that came and went, and there's really no consistency there. But I'm not sure if that's the way it's going to go now. And with that, I haven't covered any of the news, which is fine. And here's the second quest, is get some shaman victories. So let's go ahead and just play this overload shaman card. Trevor says cubes, Coke cubes low. I have a good bit of classic cards, just legendaries, so I don't know if I got to deal with the whole getting rid of cards after 2 years. Yeah, Era is probably saying that he's just missing legendaries, which is about where I am. I don't know, got to deal with the whole getting rid of cards after 2 years. So Era hasn't been even playing since they added the wild. So you have been gone for quite a while. So in that thought, yeah, maybe you slowly open some of the kobolds and catacombs things, but you might just suggest getting the next expansion. You've certainly missed out by leaving Hearthstone on some expansions, but there's really nothing you can do about that. I imagine Activision Blizzard will eventually get greedy and re-release old cards, either with different art or the same art. I don't know if this overload deck can actually win. You can buy old card packs off the Battle.net application, but not actually in the store in Hearthstone. So there is a way to go back if you really wanted to and get the old cards. Theoretically, the best thing you could do, and I'm not suggesting you actually do this, would be to spend a lot of money. Like, spend 400 card packs worth of money to get all the cards on Kobolds and Catacombs, and then go back to some of the older cards and do that. Build up your deck so you could play in Wild instead of Standard, and then you can have a crazier time that will probably be more entertaining. But that's a ridiculous thing to suggest, so instead just stick to Standard, play your basic cards, play the most recent expansions, and not deal with it. Somebody who has a Japanese name says, could you tell me how to get the free legendary weapon? I've been playing for a while and I haven't got it. I don't remember how you got the free legendary weapon. I think you had to log in on a specific week. I think you've probably lost that. The only thing I could suggest there is buy one pack of Kobolds and Catacombs, buy some of the packs of the older expansions, and see if that somehow triggers something. I don't think it particularly is going to, but if you didn't get it, there's really nothing else I can suggest. It's possible you did get it and you missed it, but let's see, moving on. The chat is moving fast, and see, this is the craziness. Either this chat it's got 3 new people, it looks like, on the chat, unless Trevor's not new. Maybe he's not. Then, and this seems to be directly related to me adding mid-roll ads. Like, already I'm seeing new people suggested. See, Trevor said, I will always try to get Discover cards to play cards I don't have because I don't like playing Arena. Just preference, but Discover in Wild can be a lot of fun because you never know what you get. That is one way to play. It's unfortunately Discover cards generally are 1 mana at least more expensive than they should be, because you'll have to spend at least 1 mana to discover something, then you'll have to spend that much money, that much extra mana to actually summon that card. There is a new thing in Kobolds and Catacombs called Recruit, which does something slightly different, and there's a summon phrase that's been around for a while. Era asks, what's my battle tag? It's in the description, but it's also here. RYDO number 1423. The Japanese name says, did you get the free legendary weapon? I definitely did get a free legendary weapon a long time ago, but not anything in the past month. Era says, I don't know what that weapon was. It was it wasn't a specific weapon, it was a random weapon you got when one of the expansions came out. Kobolds and Catacombs, I think. So, like, you got one random weapon. Trevor says, I think you had to play within a certain time period. Yeah, that's what I think. Everyone apparently got a legendary weapon. And then Air says, oh, I'm FTP as well. I don't know what FTP stands for. It's other than File Transfer Protocol. Okay, I probably missed it. It doesn't matter, I'll just add you and sub. Thanks for telling me. Okay, thanks. Trevor said, I stumbled on you a while ago, I just didn't ever have the time to watch a live stream and stuff. If Trevor goes FTP, what is that, lol? Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I'm a control player, so it comes with the territory. Free to. Oh yeah, free to play. That I suppose could be what FTP stands for. Trevor goes, oh, duh. Sorry. Well, Trevor, don't feel bad because I was confused too. Yeah. These new cards here that came with Kobolds and Catacombs, where they are upgradable cards, are kind of nice. The quest cards that came out in a previous expansion are kind of nice. the hero replacement cards of Knights of the Frozen Throne are kind of nice. If you were going to go back and get some of the cards that are going to be wild for a special wild deck, like these are what you would want to get. Things that upgrade via actions, like this one upgrades every time you overload a certain number of mana crystals. Let's play this. Then do this. I got lucky by summoning that, so will do more spell damage. So, at first this was summon one copy of a friendly minion. I've overloaded it and upgraded it once, now it summons 2. If I do one more overload, it'll summon 3, which 3 copies of this guy would be rather nice. There you go. Person with the Japanese name typed his number, but he didn't type his name, so unless I have to copy and paste this this Japanese characters to add you, that's not gonna work for very many people. Like, cause I don't know if the dots are part of your name on the outside or what. So I would recommend you retype that if you want people to add you. Also, it's helpful. I play on the Americas by default, but right now I'm playing on the European account. It's all the same idea, but it is helpful if you mention which of the servers you're playing on, whether you're playing the America server, the European server, or the Asian server. That way people should know. Now for normal people, whatever your default server is, you should probably play it. In fact, I think for the most part, if you speak English at all, you're probably fine just playing on the Americas server, even if you're in European areas. It might give you a slower connection speed, but on Hearthstone, having a slower connection speed often leads to you getting some free victories. Let's see. I wish I could. I guess it doesn't really matter. Let's see if I overload. Like if I do this first, that's fine. And then end the turn. So you can see how a card like this, properly played, could have changed the course of victory, but it didn't. I could have also played this, made this a 7, killed this, and then he may have only been able to do some damage. Trevor says, "Be right back." That's alright, you don't need to notify me when people leave the chat and come right back, or anything like that. Unless you're specifically playing me, that's about the only time I need that kind of feedback. Alright, so that's probably not a Shaman deck that's gonna work. Let's go over here just to cover it a little bit better. So, like Kobolds, I think goes into Wild in 2 years, whereas like Old Gods and Karazhan and Gadgetzan and Nguru, I think, are all very, very close to going into Wild. And League of Explorers Grand Tournament, Blackrock Mountain, Goblins vs. Gnomes, Nyxramus, and some of the basic cards that have been just nerfed or banned have gone into this Hall of Fame stuff. Basic cards are the ones you earn just by playing the game. Classic cards are the ones you want a complete set because they never gonna go in the wild. But on these Kobold cards, these are the things you want. Things that can upgrade themselves. There's no like label on these kind of cards. And so if you were going to just specifically create cards with dust, that's what you would want. On the Frozen Throne, these are the type of cards you want. The hero replacement cards. You can tell them by the angle here. But there also is, in Guru, these kind of cards. And see, this is my European account, so I don't have a lot of these. Where you always get a quest card at the beginning first draw. And then you and then you play to achieve that quest, and it gives you something that's slightly nice. A lot of these quest cards, to be fair though, aren't that great. But when you get back to Gadget Sand cards, I guess in particular I'll be glad when Gadget Sand goes in the wild, because it will finally get rid of Jade Golem, and people were playing Jade Golem way too much. That was probably the most ridiculous thing about Gadget Sand. They did introduce these kind of cards here that could only be played in certain decks. So this little banner, it can be played in 3 styles of heroes decks, but it can't be played in the other 6 styles of heroes decks. And there was different legions or groups that this represented. I don't even know how you get the... I guess you have to hover over it to see. Let's see. The Grimy Goons, you can put this in the Hunter, Paladin, and Warrior deck. So that was what Gadget Sand introduced. It wasn't very interesting. The single expansion, One Night in Karazhan, didn't add a ton of interesting cards, but it does have Prince Malkazar that gives you 5 extra legendary cards. So not only do you have 5 extra cards, and this is a single player expansion, so it gives you some... There's real reason to try to get Karazhan and Frozen Throne just for the single player. And Kobolds, you got the single player for that for free. The old gods all have to do with Kel'Thuzul, or maybe his name's not Kel'Thuzul. Where is he? Not Inzloth. He was a good card for it too, but include uncraftable cards. That might be helpful. And this card you got for... Where is he? Here he is. Cthulhu. Yeah. The old gods all were built around Cthulhu. Cthulhu had an interesting late game win victory, but it didn't get played that much. So, like, I would get Karazhan, I would get Frozen Throne, I would do the single player on Frozen Throne and Kobolds. They've kind of changed how expansions go. It used to be you'd get a card expansion, then you'd get a solo player expansion, then you'd get a card expansion. And then when Nguru came out, they said we're not going to do any solo expansions anymore. And when Frozen Throne came out, it's a card expansion with a solo expansion, and the same is true for Cabal. The difference, I believe, though, is Frozen Throne, I think, had less cards. When you look at the shop, if you, for some reason, haven't bought the Welcome Bundle with real money, I think that probably would be good. You can buy a bunch of Kobolds and Catacombs, and then, like, Knights of the Frozen Throne and Gadget Sand and Old Gods are purchasable through the shop. But you can purchase the older ones that, the tournament ones and such via the Battle.net applicator. you can only buy Karazhan right now, so some of these older solo player expansions you may not be able to buy it. I wouldn't recommend anybody ever spending money on the hero expansions. Let's get back into the game. Arena is expensive, but it also kind of... Oh, I can play a wild Murloc deck. Let's try that. Let's see. A lot of people talking while I was talking. The guy with the Japanese names is asking people to friend him. Like, I won't be able to friend him because my chat is not on my computer. I'm looking at the chat on my phone. So copying that text over, I'll have to do that later. Yeah, Trevor is also on his phone. Do caps matter? I don't think caps matter, but they might. As far as Battle.net accounts. They really shouldn't, but you do put the number sign in. Try a space, and if it doesn't work, don't put a space. You don't put a space. Name first. They made it too complicated, haha. It is a bad system. Like, it doesn't integrate with much of anything. Discord tries to integrate your Battle.net things with, say, your Steam account or your Twitch account, but otherwise, there's really nothing there. Oh, there's a nice free victory. Win streak bonus, even. Let's see. Well, 2 more victories. But yeah, having it where you pick your own person and it work, then after you pick your name, it gives you a random number. It's just crazy. And he said, Era said he sent me one, and the only one I see on the European account is Ghost Dragon number 221931, and that seems like that is a really long number. That every other number I've ever seen has been, well, I guess maybe they started adding some longer numbers into this. Well, everybody I had seen had 4-digit. So, Era, is your Japanese name, when it translates to English, Ghost Dragon? Because that might be what people need to type, is capital Ghost Dragon number 221931. Either that or somebody else just randomly friended me, which, with the way this stream is going, I wouldn't be yeah, Era is Ghost Dragon, and that's not the Japanese name, guys. So, oh yeah, I'm getting confused here. Trevor Lewis says, I don't know the number off the top of your head. Well, you can launch into Hearthstone and see it. And of course, to add friends, you click here. And that works that way. Trevor says, free win, smiley face. And then there's a King Louis. Trevor says, King Louis, I'm gonna add you in a bit. Let's see. Alright, well, maybe if this chat gets everything settled and everybody friends everybody, I can get to the actual news today. Haven't even gotten to it yet. And there is a lot to talk about. See, I'm not even gonna click see the new tweets on my Twitter. Let's not start with the political news. The game Vampire, spelled Vampyr, that's a CD vampire RPG, is getting a deep dive video series. Let's see, Vampire is the RPG about vampires from the Life is Strange creator Don't Nod. I had some criticisms with Don't Nod doing Life is Strange because it was like two Canadian middle-aged men writing about a teenager and well, a bunch of teenagers. Teenage girl in particular. So perhaps they have more knowledge about vampires than teenage girls, and perhaps they can actually write a better story that way, and maybe localize a better story. I don't know. I really didn't have any interest in playing Life is Strange Before the Storm when it didn't have the timer one mechanism, and I didn't really like Life is Strange, the first Life is Strange, because it had a very Twin Peaks twist and went off the rails in my opinion. So I'm not super excited about Vampire, but maybe it'll be good. At least if it's an RPG, it's more of an effort to be a... I don't think this is gonna work. I need to just attack after killing this guy, because this is almost certainly explosive trap, because it isn't it always. Yep. Let's see. So that's one short news story done. Yeah. Let's see. Trevor says, whenever you're ready. I was here for the Hearthstone. I'll come back later. Man, nice stream. Laters. Friend me later, Trevor. Will do, bud. Okay. People are actually talking to each other instead of just all talking to me. That's lovely. I love when that happens. I feel like, I don't know if Air is saying he doesn't want to hear the video game news, and I've just kind of scared him off. I suppose inherently I can't talk about Hearthstone. I've been doing this for 3 years. Like, I can answer questions to the best of my ability, which isn't very high. I'm not that good at Hearthstone, frankly. But deep commentary on the Hearthstone play is just something I don't think I'm qualified to do or could do. So, you know, sorry if I scared anybody off by starting to talk about the video game news, but this is the only time during the weeks that I have to actually read any video game news and be an informed critic. So moving on, I had already talked about this, but it's worth pointing out that the Hasbro Activision deal expired, and therefore all Transformer games have been removed from Steam. So Fall of Cybertron, War for Cybertron, or Devastation, like, they're all gone. You can't buy them. That really stinks, in that is one of the best arguments for my massive 800 plus game collection on my Steam account, is that I just want to make sure I have these games before some contract expires. In general, if a contract does expire with Steam, even if it's like a fake game creator and you accidentally bought some fake games, which I have done, you still can download and own those games. I don't think we've hit a point where somebody sued Steam to the point where they said even people who had already owned the game can't download it again. So that's better than half of what has happened on PSN. Like, people who downloaded playable teaser, playable trailer, couldn't re-download it. Let's see. I gotta kill one of these guys. This guy. In the turn. Let's see. Paramount Pictures currently is looking to semi-reboot the Transformer movie series, so it's possible that Hasbro might release a new Transformers game. We've seen similar things where, like, the Spider-Man games all disappeared when they announced the new Spider-Man games, and the Dirt games all disappeared when Dirt 4 was announced. But there's no guarantee these games will ever come out again. And it's early days to say this, but I assume if a game is no longer for sale, in my mind, while this is not legally true, in my mind, as soon as a game is no longer for sale, it's entered the path to being abandonware. Like, and at that point, I wouldn't directly say it would be alright to pirate it, but it seems like if you can't get it any legal way, people are gonna eventually get it in the illegal way. And the whole thing with piracy in video games is already muddled by the fact that nobody, to my knowledge, and I'm pretty sure nobody at all, ever gets any kind of royalties or like continuing payments for their work on video games. So after that first 6 months of sales, every single programmer, every single animator, every single voice actor, like, all of them have made as much money as they're ever going to make, and any sales after that first 6 months is just going into the pockets of CEOs and suits, managers that had no real artistic input or positive input at all, or stock shareholders. Let's see. Trevor says, I can't wait for Red Dead 2. I would be a lot more interested in Red Dead 2 if I was certain it was coming to PC, which I don't believe it is. I'm about to lose. Oh well. If Transformers doesn't do something big, game or movie-wise, the franchise is just kind of a dead horse now. Yeah. Also, who plays that worm? People at rank 19. There's this crazy amount of insanity that happens in Wild and Standard at rank 20, rank 19, and lower. You have to really get to rank 15, rank 10 before you start playing people that are actually knowing what they're doing, and they're playing the top meta decks over and over again. It gets very boring, but it guarantees you slightly above a 50% win ratio. Whereas when you're always stuck at rank 20, you just lose for crazy random reasons where you don't deserve to win or lose. And it makes pulling yourself up by your bootstraps very, very difficult at the lower ranks. So ideally, if you can get up to rank 1, never get below whatever you fall back to at the end of the month. So if rank 1 gets you to rank 10, stay there and work your way back up to rank 1. I have a decent number of people who have friended me that play in those higher levels, and they seem to be able to manage to do that by consistently playing. There is also a factor. You have to play Hearthstone way too much. Way too much. It's roughly 170 games per month, and that's way more than I would want to play. It becomes you have to be an esports professional if you want to get up to rank 1, if you want to get into the legendary ranks, and yeah, you really just have to stream it on Twitch and make it your entire career, and that is just far too much work for me, and that would be incredibly boring. Yeah, the thing about Transformers, I think in particular, is that Hasbro every now and then brings out like a new version of their old stuff. So there probably is some Transformers cartoon that came out in the past 3 or 4 years, if not airing right now, that little kids would know about, but it's probably so bad. Like the original Transformers was pretty bad. It was just to sell toys, and that's all Hasbro ever cares about, is selling toys. And meanwhile, they're doing the Michael Bay Transformers movies, and so they're making money off of that. Looking at it from that perspective, it's almost certain that Hasbro will relicense these video games and sell them again because they just want to make money. The Transformers games in general were pretty bad. I think Fall for Cybertron was pretty good, but it's all just to make money. None of it's to really be artistic. So if it did disappear and it was just a dead horse, that'd be fine too. There's plenty of other cartoons out there. Trevor says, yeah, it's really sad how the entertainment industry treats the artists that actually make this stuff. It is, particularly in video games. It's better in movies and music, at least in theory. You still get screwed if you're working in the music industry particularly, but at least in theory they say you're supposed to get residuals. Trevor said, I just wish a Bethesda or a really good company could make a Transformers game. Trevor says, honestly, I just play casual. Ranked is just for the backs. I can't stand playing the meta in ranked. Yeah, it's annoying. Indie is our last hope. Yeah. I don't even know what you would really want to do with the Transformers series as a video game. The parts of Transformers that I liked was when there was some decent writing happening in some of the cartoons. So I don't know what interaction. I would imagine people would try to do some kind of Minecraft thing with it, and have a game where you're constantly building like variants of Transformers, mixing and matching parts. You could certainly do an RPG, because you can do an RPG with almost anything, where the Transformers get stronger. You could do an open world collectathon type game. Inherently, I'm probably not a good target for the Transformers series because I'm not a fan of cars, and I never really was. Robots are fine, but robots that look like cars kind of puts it in a different way, a different perspective. Let's see, moving on. Deep Silver and Big Moon Entertainment have announced a Dakar, DAKAR 18 for PS4, Xbox One, and PC. I believe this is Dune Buggy Racing game. It's an open world racing game based on the famous annual cross-country rally coming Let's watch this trailer and see how this works. Peggy 7. Let's see, could I win right now? Alright, the trailer is just showing a bunch of environments and close-ups. Oh, it's not just dune buggies though, it's also for ATVs and big trucks, and like a variety of cars driving over mostly what looks like a desert. It might be good, it might be bad. It's going to come down to the racing, I suppose, and whether there's any kind of play style variety.
Yeah, beat it.
So we don't really need to talk about that. That's not really news. This and we'll take this. Freeze this. This. The nature-themed platform game FE is going to launch in February 16th for the PC, Xbox One, and PS4 and Switch. That will be one I'll keep an eye on. Although, to be fair, FE is one of these games that is a little too artistically interesting without explaining its gameplay. And I have run into a lot of games that look very pretty and very enticing visually, and then you get into the gameplay and then the controls aren't there. There's nothing that you can do. It becomes more of a mess than it's worth. The Binding of Isaac creator Ed McMillan's cat game Eugenics is back from the dead. What does that mean? Eugenics was announced in 2012 and was to be Team Meat's long-awaited follow-up to Super Meat Boy. Let's see. The game got far enough along in development to get a trailer. However, the project was shelved a year later as McMillan eventually revealed in 2014. Yeah, I've lost. I was close though. I was close.
You cannot escape the shadow of death.
Somewhere along the line, the Team Meat, that is McMillan and the development partner Tommy Griffin's parted ways. McMillan went on to make The Binding of Isaac Rebirth, The End is Nigh, and hopefully imminent Isaac spin-off The Legend of Bumbo.
You will learn to fear your shadow.
Reffens went on to Super Meat Boy Forever, the successor to Meat Boy, and the game that was originally abandoned in order to work on Eugenics. However, a new blog post in... This is not going to work. There's no way I'm going to get it past this 12 mana thing. So I might as well just play this card and show my hand. McMillan explained Tyler Tyler Gliliol, which is a friend of Ed McMillan. I follow Ed McMillan on Twitter, so I know half of these people almost as if friends, but I know I'm not really friends with them. I'm a reporter and a video game critic, and they're video game creators, and there will be a far distance between the two if I have anything to say about it. He put out a tweet that says, "I'm 99% sure that Little Monster will once again become my obsession." So he's teasing that he's going to bring back this game Mutagenics. I don't know if Mutagenics is going to be an interesting game for people or not. Let's watch the teaser for it.
Thrall versus Rexar.
Let the hunt begin.
See, Trevor said, "Yeah, but the thing I like about Transformers is it's more than just cars. I'm not a car guy either. It's tanks, it's helicopters, it's jets. Just all machines, basically. Anyways, move on, haha." Yeah. I was never really that interested in any of those things. But I certainly know other kids that are big into trains and things.
The legions I command.
Mutagenics seems to be some kind of game where cats can clone themselves instantaneously. Moving on with the news, the follow-up to Celeste Towerfall launches on PC and consoles later this month, January 25th. PC and consoles. What is Celeste? How did the game miss me by?
I wonder.
That's what gets me. Let's see, Celeste is a game about climbing a mountain. It's an 8-bit graphics platformer game. But it's kind of zoomed in, and it has dialogue, text. Now, this looks like 1001 Spikes type platformer though. Yeah, there's spikes just everywhere. She's got like a double jump ability, and yeah, it's an action platformer, something that I would probably find infuriating. It's one of those games that I imagine most people wouldn't really want to play, and instead they would want to watch somebody else play. Yeah, it looks a lot like Super Meat Boy 2, which is an action platformer. To be fair, there's nothing bad about Celeste. It looks like it's a fine game. It's just not for me. Speaking of games passing me by, about a month and a half ago, there was this game that was getting talked about on Gametsu, which covers Japanese games more than the Western reviewers like Giant Bomb, PC Gamer, Your Gamer, Rock Paper Shotgun. Those last three all actually being the same company, same parent company. So there was this game that was getting talked about called Tokyo Tattoo Girls, which really confused me because in Japan they pretty much assume if you have any tattoo whatsoever that you're a member of the Yakuza. That's just what they assume. There's a lot of hatred, a lot of discrimination to people with tattoos in Japan. And there's really no, to my knowledge, fetish or desire to see people with tattoos in Japanese people. But this is a Japanese game made by NIS, I believe. And so it was apparently trying to be sold to a Western market. But I could not, for the life of me, having seen many articles about it, as it just kept getting a little bit more information, a little bit more information. They never really explained what the game was, or what it did. It was just a bunch of anime girls that you could add tattoos to their back or their arms, and it was supposed to be titillating, I suppose. But I mean, it didn't seem like if it was even going to go into any actual nudity. So I kept seeing these. I kept being confused. It's not uncommon for me to see a Japanese game and be at least a little confused as to how the gameplay is going to work. Some of these games are the combination of three very different gameplay styles that really don't make any sense to be in the same game. Often it's just a turn-based RPG, often it's just a dungeon crawler. But in the case of Tokyo Tattoo Girls, I wandered across it on Steam and looked at it. It's actually just a clicker game, and it's reviewed mostly negative too. So it was, I assume, a bad game, and they knew it was going to be a bad game from the word go. And so, in an effort to make some more sales, they tried to sex it up, or perhaps that was their plan all along, was to sex it up, and it failed, and kind of unsurprisingly failed. But very rarely do I get to go back and look up what happened to a game after its release. I didn't even notice that it had been released. And that might be an interesting thing to do. It would kind of require me to be better about following when games come out and when they don't. To see how many games have positive or negative reviews like 6 months after the game came out, or even a couple weeks after a game came out. So that would be interesting. I wish there was a site that would really follow up on that. And I want to see user reviews. I don't want to see critic reviews, because most critics won't even touch half of the games that come out on Steam. And boy, with the Steam summer sale, was there a ton of games that had been out for like years and they didn't have any reviews. Like, nobody played them at all. Also, I ran across a different game that said it's pre-order early access, but the expected date is 2016. So apparently you can have a game on Steam as listed, never actually release that game, and even 2 years after the promised date, Valve doesn't have any kind of mechanism or triggering to say, wait a minute, you said you were going to bring out this game 2 years ago, you haven't brought it out, we're going to delist you, we're going to hide this listing at the very least until you can get your stuff together. There's also apparently some way that you can list a game and then go back and remove the developer information on your own game, so you can hide the fact that you made a game. So if you like make a really bad game, everybody hates it, 100% downvote, like something that would almost never happen on Steam, you can just remove your information from that terrible game and move on to the next game. So you're not required to stand by your own work. That seems like that's an incredible flaw. It seems like it's ridiculous that that would have even been allowed in the first place. Let's see. Trevor says, platformers are good for good drunk fun with your buds, huh? And then Trevor says, damn, I didn't know that about Japan. Yep. Yeah, if you have a tattoo and you try to go into a public bathhouse, there's probably a sign written in Japanese in that public bathhouse that says tattooed people are not welcome, not allowed. And there are signs on there in their beaches that also say similar things. It's not super known because just kind of by default most Japanese people do follow rules and want to be exactly the same as every other Japanese person, so they don't get tattoos in general. Like they grow up knowing it, so it's just one of those things that if you grew up in Japan you would know it, but it doesn't get talked about too much in the outside world. And they would be a lot more gracious to a foreigner with a tattoo than a Japanese or Asian person with a tattoo. And it's not just Japan. A lot of Asian countries have only specific reasons why you would get a tattoo for religious or religious reasons or something else. So you don't have a lot of Asian people running around with, you know, smiley faces, tattoos, or just things they thought were cool. In contrast, though, a lot of Japanese people will wear shirts with English words on them, not knowing what the English words say. And in America, at least, the United States at least, a lot of non-Japanese speaking people will get tattoos in Japanese characters, not knowing what it says. They think they know what it says, but it might not actually say that. So there is always this allure of having some other foreign language that is appealing. Let's see, do we have a different shaman deck we could play? We could try this one and see what this is all about. I should just play on casual too to save some time. Trevor says interesting. Splatoon 2 has a new museum-themed multiplayer map that is on the Switch, of course, because that's the only way you can play Splatoon 2. I suppose if you went diving into a museum-themed map, then you might get some more of the history, the secret history of the Splatoon world. The idea is that at least part of the world in Splatoon is the future of the Super Mario world, and the squid kid creatures that you play as are evolved forms of one of the creatures, like the blooper, I believe it's called, in Super Mario Brothers. Of course, it would have to be well in the future. So, and really, it's just for fan theory stuff. It's not ever going to actually connect. And Super Mario Odyssey kind of has drastically changed what people understood of the Mushroom Kingdom and that world now. With Super Mario Odyssey, we now have been shown that the Mushroom Kingdom is just one small section of a planet that has a very varied, crazy combination of things, and everything from the Donkey Kong City to a desert run by Deus Los Muertes, Day of the Dead creatures, and there's a realistic dragon boss in Odyssey that looks like it's from Final Fantasy, a Final Fantasy game. Let's see. Seems like somebody's got a watch and learn victory they need to do. Yeah, Trevor says, haha, language barriers can be fun sometimes. Let's see. Is this real news? The problem with reading Gematsu and Gamasutra, which are two of the most prevalent, like, Japanese game English written websites, is in Japan, when they release a game, they announce a tiny little tidbit about it, and then 2 days later they'll announce another tidbit. 2 days later they'll announce another tidbit. And so you get a lot of these articles that are just like, we've got some new screenshots of these characters. Here's this character in a different costume. Here's that same character in a different costume. And you'll get so much of a hype train that they try to build. Whereas Western video game reviewers don't take every single press release and make something out of it. So, like, I'm looking at an article for Persona 3 Dancing Moon Knight and Persona 5 Dancing Star Knight, which I believe are just DLC expansions to Persona 3 and Persona 5. They might be standalone games. And all they're saying is, we've got 6 new screenshots. Isn't that wonderful? And I'm like, sure, if people are obsessed with Persona games, they might want that, but otherwise, it feels like you're kind of wasting your time writing that article. Of course, the poor people that write articles for video game sites are getting paid less than $30 from what I hear for writing a 500-word article, so that they may just be struggling to pay the bills.
Speak to me.
Oh, here's a game I haven't heard of. Maietsu, spelled M-A-I-T-E-T-S-U, Pure Station, is launching July 26th in Japan and has added a VR viewer. What kind of game is this? I'm seeing... This looks like one of the little girl characters that drives tanks, which is a weird thing to say out loud, but it is something that they've been doing lately. Let's see. It first launched on PC, and Maietsu first launched on PC March 2016, and Sekai Project plans to release the PC version in English in 2018. So this game has been out for 2 years in Japanese, and it's finally getting an English version. There's many different versions that you can get in Japan that won't come over to the West because Japanese people love to get swag, basically. And so there's a version that gives you a 1/6 scale figurine that costs you about $260. Yeah, $260. Well, now the figurine costs you only $68, which that's about the price of a figurine in Japan, which that in itself is pretty crazy.
Already attacked.
Well, wait a minute. I have Wind Fury.
There is little time.
Why is that not allowing me to attack twice? I don't know. And then there's what they call a body pillow, which is a long length pillow that's $260 in the version. And no, the standard version of the game is $68. The figure is $260. The bottom pillow is $188, roughly. I'm translating this from Yen to English. And then the wall scroll tapestry is $128 for this game. Really, really expensive. Really, really expensive though. Trevor said you attacked the pain frog. Well, yeah, I'm not paying as much attention to Hearthstone as I probably should be. That's what I did. I still am trying to figure out what this game is about. It's a visual novel. Yeah, so many visual novels, but this must be a pretty popular one if it's coming over to English and it's being resold in this major version. So, I'm not sure what to say more about that. I guess we'll just move on. Next story, Gravity Rush 2's online services have allegedly, and I'm going to say allegedly here, the shutdown has been delayed to July 19th. So, what to take from this is Gravity Rush 2 had been scheduled for their online services to be shut down on January 19th, and now it's pushed back to July 19th, so several more months. But Gravity Rush 2 launched January 18th, 2017, so the servers have only been up for 1 year. And sure, Gravity Rush 2 isn't the biggest and most popular game ever, but it is a sad precedent to set to say you'll buy something with a online component, and then that just gets shut down in less than a year. Although, to be fair, I'm pretty sure there have been some like online games, annual releases, where if the servers were still on, you still were probably not getting much of a return out of it, because everybody had moved on from Call of Duty of the previous year to the newest Call of Duty, or everybody moved on from the FIFA of 2017 to FIFA of 2018. Let's see, the services in particular is you can't send and receive challenges, which you can't view the rankings, you can't send and receive treasure hunts, you can't send, receive, or review photo ghosts, and you can't obtain dusty tokens as well as the reward. So I think most of the main game would still probably be pretty playable even when the servers do go down, but that is just a real example of why some games shouldn't have online capabilities and components built in the first place. Like, I always take a very critical eye on games with online components, and I assume anything online, and I think everybody should just assume anything online is going to be gravy that you get for as long as you get it. But that's why I typically don't play multiplayer online co-op shooters. Is by the time I get around to wanting to play a game and I've not paid the $90 to get the main game and the season pass, when it comes down to something more realistic like $30, $15, maybe $10 or even $5, the single player experience is probably the only part that's still playable. Gravity Rush in particular is a weird series to play, and it needs a reboot. Like, I don't even know if they really need to make a third game. They probably need to just reboot it, because Gravity Rush 1 was on the PS Vita and nobody in the West played it. Gravity Rush 2 was on the PS4 and more people played it, but still not a lot. So yeah, if they combine those two, did a reboot, put it on PC, that would be really nice. Let's see. PUBG players apparently are demanding a Chinese region lockout over cheating. Let's see, there was also some missing currency as part of an issue in PUBG where players were supposed to get currency or have currency, and it disappeared, and PUBG apologized for that, and the players came back and said, we don't really care about that, we want to get the cheating out. Cheating, from what I hear from the Giant Mom particularly, of people who are actually playing PUBG, is very, very rampant. I don't know if it's fair to say it's all coming from the Chinese players. I could see that there might be reasons for that, but it seems to be very rampant, and it seems to be definitely hurting the gameplay experience, and so they need to do something about it. Probably not banning all of China though. Like, that's not really a way to solve things. If that's the case, then you almost, to do something like that, you have to then write into your rules and say, new rule, you can't play on servers that aren't in your country. If you're in China, you have to play on Chinese servers, and PUBG right now doesn't have any Chinese servers. So until they fix that problem, you would have to say, new rule, if you're from China you can't play. This is only for American or Western countries to play. And that doesn't sound very good. So PUBG's kind of got nothing they can say that will sound good. Other than good news, we've installed some Chinese servers and we've moved all the Chinese players over there. You could certainly, with so many Chinese people playing any game, you could certainly misinterpret the average percentage of cheaters from any country as being a massive influx of Chinese cheaters. Trevor says, good to go. I'm gonna add you real fast though. Don't forget, Lil. Good games, good luck, and have fun. Thanks for watching, Trevor. Next news story, there's a game called Black Cover Quartel Knights, and they've added a couple of characters. This is another one of those things where they've just added some new characters. What is this game though? Black Clover Quartel Knights is due out worldwide on the PC, PS4 and PC in 2018. In Japan it will be released for It will only be released for the PlayStation 4. Interesting. I haven't seen that happen very often. Very rarely have I seen them say, we're not gonna make a Japanese version for PC. It might be a strategy though. I don't fully have a belief that there's a ton of PC gamers in Japan. There's a growing number of PC gamers in Japan as the PCs themselves become smaller and smaller. Japanese apartments being very, very small, even a standard PC would have been quite a commitment for their desk space on top of a TV or monitor to plug it into. But with mini ITX and things like that, smaller PC cases and more powerful, smaller computers, it makes more sense. I'm gonna have to look up this game and see if I can know more about it. It has an interesting pencil art style. It's not your standard anime characters. And those always catch my interest. People made a huge deal about this, and it really is nothing. But the CD Projekt Red's game Cyberpunk 2077 tweeted out on its official account for the first time in 4 years the word beep, and that's literally all it said. So like they probably are teasing something, but they may very possibly just wanted to make sure they could still post there. I'm not a super fan of having individual game Twitter accounts. I would prefer things be done differently. Let's see. This and then this. Right. So I might as well hit this one. And then this one. And then this one. And then in return. Well, I've still lost. Let's see. There's a game called Diabolic Lovers Grand Edition. That's a new trailer. Let's see. It's the combination of two games. One called Diabolic Lovers Limited V Edition and Diabolic Lovers More Blood Limited V Edition. Both were released on the PS Vita in 2013 and 2015, and respectively it also features a PlayStation 4 Pro support, so it's going from the Vita to the PlayStation 4. We see a lot of that with visual novels and Vita games in particular, where Vita is losing support even in Japan. It has long lost support in the rest of the world, and now these visual novel style games that were really flooded the Vita are coming over to the PS4 if they're any good at all. And Sony has really lowered its standards. Diabolic Lovers, it seems like it's vampires. It's a vampire dating sim visual novel game. I'm not sure if it really is a visual novel though. I'm not seeing any text. It might be some kind of RPG. Nope, here under the tags it is labeled as a visual novel. So I've covered a lot of news and we've gone for about an hour and a half. So this is a good point to break up this recording. Stay tuned if you're watching live though. Otherwise, if you're watching this recorded later on, as always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on basically any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
Had quite a day? Come, sit a while and relax.
Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we are back with another live stream of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, January 12th. We are streaming here. We got a massive influx of people talking earlier on, so we don't really have as much to do on this Friday because I did 3 quests on Wednesday, which is the right way to do things. I can't trade this out, so I need to play minions that cost 5 or more, and I need to defeat 5 dungeon bosses, which that will certainly be fun. Let's go ahead and open these card packs. At some point, I probably should sit on card packs until a new expansion, so I have like 100 card packs open instead of 50, but I'm not really willing to lose opportunities to get dust and more cards in day-to-day play. I was given 2 card packs for being a Twitch Prime subscriber, and I didn't even realize it. I just logged in onto my main account one day and a couple days ago, and it said you got 2 more packs added to your account, and I thought, oh, somebody must have given it to me. It turns out that somebody was Twitch. Fine, fair enough. So here are the new cards that we are filling in our collection of classic cards on the Asian account. I switched over to the Asian account. I was playing the European account. So big cards, we need to play 20 of them and beat 5 dungeons, and that'll be fun. See, we're still in a weird position where we have a lot of news, but we probably don't have as much as the chat might need if people are going to talk. Era is back in the chat saying back again. So let me look at, I was already playing some of these Kobolds and Catacombs solo mode, and think I'm playing a Divine Shield deck, so I want to keep playing that. Not a Murloc deck. I could restore 3. I think I want to take this healing one, but I could take this. Let's take the Justice one. And we're near the end of this run, so I probably will just lose. Coming in cold after a while. The Kobolds and Catacombs single player expansion here wants you to beat a run, 8 bosses with all 9 of the characters, and it gives you like a card back or something. It's not really worth your time to do it, but it actually is rather fun to play these because they're quicker experiences. Let's move on back with the news. Apparently there was a human cloning stunt that happened at this year's CES. This is from PC Gamer. CES has kind of long since stopped having much to do with video games, ever since E3 split off of it. But every now and then it might have like a gaming monitor or something. Just to explain for people who may not know, in the single player Kobolds and Catacombs dungeon runs, you get these upgrades. One of my upgrades plays 3 secrets right at the beginning of the game, and it increases. Some of them increase your health, and some of them decrease or hurt your opponent. Each of the opponents has some crazy things that it's working on too.
Reporting for duty.
But even in this later run where he has 40 mana, let's see. So this cloning experiment, it looks like there's fake human dolls standing in chambers for this CES thing. I assume they're fake human dolls and it's not just hired actors they hired. Oh, and it's based, it was just a Netflix promotion of their show Altered Carbon. So, alright, let's do this. And then do this.
Reporting for duty.
Kill. 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 And attack. Interesting. So, not very video game related. I've seen trailers for that show, Altered Carbon. The sad thing is that the vast majority of Netflix's creations are pretty bad. The vast majority, I imagine, of all movie and TV creations are pretty bad, but I kind of hold Netflix to a higher standard and would like to hold all TV and movie creators to a higher standard. So Altered Carbon doesn't look that interesting. That being said, I have watched 3 of the 4 seasons of Black Mirror too, and I didn't enjoy any of that. So maybe I'm just really hard to please. I could certainly imagine that to be the case. Final Fantasy XII, the Zodiac Age, is coming to PC next month with new features. It was originally on the PS4 in 2016. Wait, no. Final Fantasy 15 was on the PS4 in 2016, and it's finally coming to PC also. This is a slightly hard to follow story, because there's 2 games that why does this every time I cast a spell he gets one of these guys again? Oh, that's irritating.
For justice.
So playing Final Fantasy 12 might, I don't know. Honestly, I think for me, as somebody who hasn't played the Final Fantasy games, I just need to play the Final Fantasy 13 games, and that's where I'm at. Is play Final Fantasy 13 and yeah, 13, 13-2, 13 Lightning Returns, those 3 games, and just be done with it. Where I assume 12 is pretty good. I'm looking at these screenshots. The graphics have been upgraded, I think, as much as they're willing to do. I'm not sure what would sell me to play 12, and 15 is the newest one, and 15 seems a little too crazy for me, so. Moving on to the next story. Nintendo has been apparently trying to force this company Colopl, C-O-L-O-P-L, for a year to license certain things. Those agreements broke down, and I'm gonna phrase this in the way that I think Nintendo acted, so I'm editorializing here. So now Nintendo is suing this mobile developer over 5 patents, one of which I believe is just the ability to use a touchscreen and have let's see, whenever your hero is healed. So that switches one over to my side. Good. One of the special technology used to operate a joystick over a touch panel. So the Nintendo DS came with a strap with a piece of plastic that you put on your thumb to touch the touchscreen. That's something that literally didn't deserve a patent in the first place, but the United States patent system and the Japanese patent system, which is kind of just a worse version of the United States patent system, they pretty much approve everything and then let the lawsuits happen and decide who actually deserved the patent in the first place and who didn't. And that's just crazy. And that is the one that's getting reported. So the other 4 patents are probably even more generic and more ridiculous. As much, it has to be said more often, I think. As much as we all have we all have great, like, childhood memories of Nintendo, and we love their games as kids as Nintendo. Nintendo has always been a real scumbag of a company. As a YouTuber, I know that for a fact. They're still claiming a trailer made by Ubisoft for Mario vs. Rabbids. Like, that's a Ubisoft game. Every single thing in that trailer was made by Ubisoft, so Nintendo of Japan has no right to claim it whatsoever. But they still claim it. They still try to take money from it. And it's ridiculous. And they, I mean, what can you really say? Nintendo just has always been a very litigious scumbag company, not just with YouTubers, but with also everybody else. That's what the Nintendo seal of approval was all about. It was about them suing people and controlling people so that only the games that paid for a license could be on the Nintendo Entertainment System. I mean, imagine if you had to pay Microsoft a license every time you wanted something to run on Windows. That's ridiculous. Let's see. Now Nintendo is suing this company we've never heard of, Colopi, for 39.33 million yen, roughly $352,000, over a strap in a piece of plastic. That is pretty ridiculous. But let's move on. So I only got to 4 victories on this run. That's not terrible. You just start a new run. And we'll start from the beginning here. And this is pretty easy because you either fight a giant rat or a wisp at the beginning. Those are the two first couple bosses. And I can pick pretty much anybody I want, so let's go with Druid, since Druid has a tendency to have higher level characters and I need to play characters that have 5 or more mana, cost 5 or more mana. But that's probably not going to happen in this first thing. You start with less cards, excuse me, in this run, and they're just randomly given to you. Let's trade all these. Let's see. One of the Nintendo Direct announcements that's kind of this crazy thing is SNK has come back into the news with SNK Heroines Tag Team Frenzy, which is all of the, well, not all of the, but some of the most famous SNK girls in the SNK King of Fighters game, I believe, or just SNK fighting games in general, might be better to say it that way. And they're going to be fighting each other, no guys allowed. There was a Vita game similar to this, and so apparently it was somewhat popular. SNK in general is sort of a second tier, just slightly below the Street Fighter games. Very well known, but it's more that the company was known because there were so many variants of King of Fighters, but there was a ton of variants of Street Fighter too. So a lot of variety there. Alright, so this is my 4th turn beating this rat. They only had 10 health. So deal 2 damage here to do that, and then wait for the internet to speed up and hit that. So 4th turn victory, real easy, real quick. That's what makes these Kobold and Catacombs runs so great. Sadly, doing these fights doesn't work for most of the daily quests. So I can now pick a bonus. At the start of your turn, play 3 random secrets. At the start of your turn, draw 2 cards. All your minions have permanent stealth. I will do 3 random secrets because that's equivalent of playing 5 or more attack. Doing a quest is probably not what you want to do right now. These would work for my other goals, so I'm going to take the Jade. We're going to turn this into a Jade Druid deck if we can. Our next enemy has 15 health, so they get stronger. The slight controversy here is how Nintendo of Japan's versus Nintendo of America decided to advertise SNK heroines. One of the major factors in SNK heroines is you're going to be able to dress up your characters in a wide variety of costumes. And some of these costumes are bikini-esque and titillizing. And some of them are more fantasy dresses and just standard fighter outfits. So in the Japanese trailer of this, you see several characters in bikini-esque clothes, and they're showing a little bit of cleavage, and none of it's extreme. None of it's anything more than what I'd say TV-14, TV-16. None of it's mature audience only or anything. But in the American one, they changed all those outfits into more conservative clothing. Now, the localizer has since come out and said, because that made the people who are interested in this really afraid, that are we going to get this watered down, censored version in the West, whereas the Japanese version is going to be the real version to play. Remember, this game is being built around the idea that you like those female characters. If you like those female characters, you probably want to be able to present them in a appealing visual light. So if you can't play dress up with them and you wanted to play dress up with them, you probably are going to be missing out a significant amount of what the game had to offer. There's a game that was on the Xbox 360 called Rumble Roses and Rumble Roses XX that had a similar idea, where it was a wrestling game with a bunch of female characters and crazy outfits. That, I mean, if it was just general guys in regular wrestling gear, it would have been a lot more boring for me to play it. Add a menu with 5 or more attack. Nope. Play this. Take a charge and win. So, fortunately, I think now that controversy has been dealt with in just like 2 days, we're in a better place to move forward with this game and just see if it's a decent fighting game. Street Fighter V with its arcade edition does have this level of some things are just not working as well as they should, and having some competition in the fighting world wouldn't be a terrible thing. The Vita game was called SNK Gals Fighter, and it wasn't for the Vita, I'm sorry, it was for the, is that the 3DO or the Dreamcast?
Malfurion versus Graves.
No, it was for the Neo Geo Pocket Color. Yeah, I must protect. So that's a really old game.
I claim these treasures for the light.
There's a game called Rad Rogers for the PS4 and Xbox One that launches alongside a PC update on February 21st. It's a 90s era platformer. Do we have a trailer that we can watch it? Rad Rogers. He kind of looks like he might be a Commander Keen style clone type game. It's a THQ Nordic game, and if you've been following my channel, you've heard a lot about THQ Nordic putting out a lot of games. They're re-releasing a lot of the original THQ games, and they're also working towards releasing Darksiders 3, which I'm very excited about. Alright, so far looking at this trailer, Rad Rogers is this little boy that wakes up in a fantasy world, and then proceeds to use a gun to blow away everything in front of him. And he's got this like robot on his back called Dusty, and there's a lot of platforming, and it seems to be pretty fast action. I just played Strider, which was a side-scrolling platformer, and boy was that game slow. This is Strider 2014 reboot. It's like really slow for a game, and I have no idea why that was the case. This looks playable, but this actually looks like it might be a little hard for me too, so I'm interested on this. This one's gonna go on my wish list, but I may have to play it on easy, and I may struggle with it because of just how fast paced. Now, for true platformer fans, I imagine this is everything you'd want to ever hear. And the fact that it has PS4 and Xbox One support means it's going to have controller support, which is also very important. I personally just don't want to play a game if it doesn't have full controller support. Let's go ahead and kill this guy. Yeah, because I'm just not that good as far as keyboard and mouse games. I'll play a point-and-click adventure with a keyboard and mouse, but if I'm playing anything action-oriented, I don't want that in my life.
Golems are a girl's best friend.
Well, this should get me a victory. The Monster Hunter World producer says it will not have loot boxes. It's sad that we've gotten to a point in the world where that is a factor, that you have to directly ask for whether this game is going to have loot boxes. Let's see, which of these cards do I want? I'm going to draw 3 cards for 3 mana, reduce their cost to 0. Draw 2 cards. This. I don't think I have any Jade cards to play. So I'm going to take Stomp. Moving on. The one thing that's still holding me back with Monster Hunter World is there going to be a story in that game? Is there a single player experience that's less than 250 hours that I can play and kind of run through and have my fill of my first experience in Monster Hunter? I heard that there's like a Vita game called Monster Hunter Stories. Maybe it's not Vita. Could be some other console, maybe a cell phone game even, that was very story based, and you should probably play that if you want to get into Monster Hunter before then. But I don't think I would want to do that. I would say let's just all cross our fingers and hope Monster Hunter World has some kind of story worth playing. And that is the thing that will keep me motivated to run around and hunt monsters and get their carcasses and use their parts to build weapons and improve armor, which is what I think you do there. There's this rock paper shotgun article called "Artificial Life Finds a Way: The Legacy of Creatures," and it has a picture of some game I don't recognize, and that picture certainly caught my attention, but unless the game is directly called Creatures, and I'm just not getting that. Like,
I give thanks to those that came before.
Like, I don't even know what this article is about. Yeah, apparently there's this series called Creatures I've never even heard of. So I'm gonna have to go look up what this game is. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. A lot of articles that come on Rock Paper Shotgun, PC Gamer is the worst about it though, and Your Gamer, all being the same parent company, they all seem to write articles that half the time feel like they're advertisements for some game. Speaking of PC Gamer, here's 5 annoying things that Rocket League players still do years later. This is more of a BuzzFeed article than anything. Let's see. Number 1. Teammates not going for the ball at kickoff when they're closest to it. Well, geez, what are they doing then? Draw 2 cards, maybe cost 2 less. Let's try that.
Try one.
Number 2, being bad in the air. So players just being bad. Number 3, congratulating their own goals, passes because you didn't. Alright, that's just rude. Not skipping replays, that's annoying. So the whole team has to skip replays. Going off to fetch boosts from miles away when the ball and all opposing players are on the opponent's side. Maybe one of these days I'll get around to playing Rocket League. It's just one of those games that suffers from the fact that you need to play with other people.
Try one.
If that wasn't the case, I probably would have played Rocket League earlier by now. As part of the Nintendo Direct, Dark Souls Remastered is coming out for the Switch and the PC, and everybody get really happy about that and enjoy that happy feeling, all you Dark Souls fans, for the next 3 seconds, because in an update there's not going to be any update and you're not getting the you're not going to get a remastered version update for free. Let's see. The update now on PC Gamer says they haven't officially announced anything on the subject of a discount. The original story was that there will be no discount. At a certain level, I kind of want to say, in this case, they have a valid reason to not charge a discount, but that's only really going to benefit me, who bought Dark Souls on the Xbox 360 a long time ago, and then never bought it on PC. Any loyal fan is gonna be punished with the fact that they're gonna have to buy the game a second time at full price if they want the remastered version. But I think most Dark Souls fans would be okay with that. I honestly don't think they'll mind, because the love for Dark Souls amongst Dark Souls fans is very high. However, you will have to look at the remaster now as a $60+ remaster re-release. So if it's slight tweaks to the textures and slight bug fixes, and it doesn't feel like it's a major overhaul, people will be disappointed in that on top of the price. Which, this is Bandai Namco, so I heavily suspect it will be just a slight tweak and slight overhaul.
Feel nature's wrath.
So this is one of the things we'll have to wait and see. It is also worth remembering that Demon Souls servers and I believe Dark Souls servers were shut down not too long ago. So as soon as they shut down the online server functionality of the original Dark Souls, they're coming out with a remaster. That's just poor form. Dark Souls Remastered is due on the PC May 25th, 2018. So I guess you have a year. Nope, wait. We are in 2018, come to think of it. You have a couple months to think about it.
Warriors of the frozen wastes.
Let's see. We'll hit this. And hit that.
Feel nature's wrath.
There's that one. Attack here.
Job's done.
This puts me in a weird position because I really don't have time to play Dark Souls. But people are gonna ask. Almost certainly people are gonna go, hey, why don't you play Dark Souls Remastered? And if somebody really hated me, they would buy me Dark Souls Remastered, and then I would feel obliged to actually play it and drive myself crazy. But in all honesty, there is a very high chance that I would not get to the end of Dark Souls. I didn't get to the end of Dark Souls the first time I played it. I got kind of to the Snake Pass Trap section, I think is where I got. There we go, victory. And then I just kept dying too much.
My ancestors.
There's some, particularly the first Dark Souls, there's some problems with that game that I would prefer an easy mode. Maybe if I was to play it, I could find like a mod that did like a boss rush mode or an easy mode or something like that, and just cheat my way through it somewhat. Let's see, what more do we want? I just want more heavy hitters. One more victory and one daily quest is done.
Malfurion versus Azun.
Let's move on to the next article.
Protect the wild.
A lot of these articles are the exact same things I've already talked about, but I opened the tab multiple times. This is very surprising to me because I hadn't heard anything about this. Apparently, they are working on bringing out Wireless Protected Access 3 to bring stronger encryption and security to Wi-Fi routers in 2018. Now, my Wi-Fi router is a DDWRT router. That means I put custom firmware on it, and it's a pretty new one. It's the WRT 3200 ACM from Linksys, which has some such new elements in it that, like, even getting it to work properly for the first few months was impossible. It was actually rather frustrating. I bought too new of a router because the drivers hadn't been programmed right, and I still don't think they're really programmed that well. But I might get this Wireless Protected Access 3. It probably wouldn't. There's probably not a large hardware limiting factor to it, and WPA2 it's been around for a while, and so an improved version would be nice. Like, WPA2 has been around for more than a decade. And see, the Wi-Fi announced the standards body, along with Broadcom, Intel, Microsoft, Qualcomm, and several other tech companies as members, announced the next generation wireless security program, Wi-Fi Protected Access 3, which is WPA 3.
Unleash the beast.
Let's see. Kill this guy. Attack here. And have the standards been codified and voted on? Let's see. The updated standard can't arrive fast enough. Just last fall, there was a major vulnerability in WPA2, dubbed Crack Key Reinstallation Attack, that allows attackers to snoop on what is supposed to be encrypted traffic exchanged between computers and wireless access. Now, if you want true security, though, in all fairness, you're not going to go through the wireless ever. Because it's just too high of a risk. Let's go ahead and kill this guy. WPA will protect against that exploit along with others. The first draft outlines 4 new features, both personal and enterprise Wi-Fi networks. The Wi-Fi Alliance didn't go into great detail, but they did say 2 of the features will offer strong protection even when the user chooses weak passwords. How about we just stop letting users choose weak passwords? Could you not do it that way?
For the wild.
Let's see. It's going to use stronger 192-bit security, which the Wi-Fi Alliance says is in line with the commercial national security algorithm suite from the Community on National Security Systems, 2 organizations I haven't heard of.
Golems are a girl's best friend.
Retail devices supporting WPA3 are expected to arrive sometime this year, likely within the next few months. So I look forward to that. That would be crazy if I bought a new router when I recently just bought this one, and usually I keep routers for several years before I replace them. I am one damage short. Interesting. But everybody else, when you start seeing WPA routers, I'd say give it 6 months to see if you can get some reviews on how these routers work. Upgrading a router probably would be really good for you, though. An ACM 1600 and ACM 3200 is more than enough. Like, my 3200 doesn't actually connect to anything at 3200 speeds. There's no devices, I think, even out there that would do that. But 1600 devices do exist, I think. You do want to be ACM, though. You don't want to still be running a G or an N router. For speeds, you want to try to move all of your actions into the 5 gigahertz realm and get away from the 2.4 gigahertz realm. Play 20 minions that cost 5 or more. None of that was accomplished during that dungeon run. And see, that's the problem with doing dungeon runs. They are fun. That was a great bit of fun to do, but it doesn't get most of the daily quests done. So I need to come over here and make a deck. This custom druid here. Yeah, this custom druid has already been made. Good, I got lucky. Also have 4 cards I can turn into dust. And this is on my Asian account. That I have almost all the classic cards, or a significant amount of the classic cards on my Asian account too. Alright. So we gotta come over here. And we're playing wild. And we might as well play ranked. And go. What else are you really looking for in a router? Simplicity. If you want to do DDWRT, make sure that it's a supported router before you buy the router. Adjustable antennas can actually help you if you fiddle with it a lot more than a normal person would to see how the antennas are supposed to go.
I must protect.
My router has like gigabit connection ports on everything except for the WAN. It's unlikely you would need a gigabit Ethernet port on the WAN in the United States because you're never going to get internet speed that fast. Mine has like an external SATA connector and USB connectors and has a bunch of other features, which is nice, but at the end of the day most people won't use any of that. Something simple for most people is what needs to be done, but not so simple that you're giving all your control away to somebody else who could be doing poor security. One of the things that DDWRT allows you to do on the newer versions is have your DNS encrypted so that your internet service provider can't tell or has a more difficult time telling what websites you're going to just by the DNS, the domain name. So when you type like www.google.com, that information is always unencrypted by default, so they know you're going to Google. But once you get to google.com, it usually forwards you over to an HTTPS google.com website, which all the information from that point is supposed to be encrypted. The problem is if you're going to Netflix and you have Time Warner and they don't want you to go to Netflix, they could slow you down or try and block you just from the domain name lookups. Let's see. Particularly since net neutrality is sort of dead now. Reddit is getting in a huff that maybe enough senators will get together and bring back net neutrality, but we will see what happens there. Moving on to the next story. In an interesting twist, it was about a week ago that the Spanish government canceled and denied a grant for indie developers, indie video game developers. The Spanish government kind of known for not having a lot of money right now. So they canceled this grant, and I thought, oh well, that'll be the end of the story. It kind of makes sense. They don't have any funds right now to do that. I don't know of a lot of Spanish-based video game companies, which I guess is an argument that the grant should have stayed. Well, in a weird twist, they have now approved $7.8 million in a new grant, which was 3 times the size of the previous canceled grant. So maybe it was really just a budgetary thing. Maybe the people of Spain decided to rally for this grant. Companies from Spain, there's a company that made Crossing Souls and Rhyme and Sexy Brutale. The Red Strings Club. But that isn't a lot. That being said, the only, like, what are they, Swedish or Polish CD Projekt Red, I think, is Polish, and that's the only Polish video game company I know, so I guess you really can't judge too much by the cover there. I totally misplayed here. I should have attacked with this guy first, attacked with this first, and then played this guy. But whatever. So I guess I'm good on the Spanish government for funding the development of more video games. I wish all the countries would give out more grants. It'd be nice if the United States government gave out grants for running YouTube channels. But that would only be very specifically helpful to me and other YouTubers. Let's go ahead and attack here. Let's see. Fire Emblem Heroes adds World of Dawn heroes, Makoth, Soth, and Zelgus. This is another one of those Gematsu articles that is just a slight upgrade. Fire Emblem Heroes is a smartphone game anyway, so very few people are gonna probably ever play it. So I lost there, but am I moving my quest forward? Yes, I have 16 more cards to play. Let's see. There's a Final Fantasy 30th anniversary exhibition that's going to include never before seen Final Fantasy VII Remake image boards. The exhibition, dubbed the Farewell Stories exhibition, is at the Mori Arts Center Gallery in Roppongi Hills, Tokyo. So if you can get to Roppongi Hills in Tokyo between January 22nd and February 28th, you'll be able to see this exhibition. And maybe some people will report about it here too. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty laughable. Here, Gamma Sutra has a funny title here. Switch becomes the Dark Souls of Nintendo consoles with Dark Souls Remastered. They're memeing there. Let's see. Do this. Then do this. I know there was more announced at the Nintendo Direct Mini. Let's see. ZWii The Argus Adventure launches January 24th. Let's see. It will be available 10% discount. It's on the Steam page. Seems like it might be a PC only game. It will launch for PC on Steam, Good Old Games on the Humble Store January 24th, and no console release. Let's watch this trailer. That is really strange to have a PC only game come out. You don't see too much of that. Usually somebody can port it to something. ZWii is a Japanese RPG from what I understand. There's a lot of long-running ones that are just like, you have Final Fantasy, and then right below the Final Fantasy there's a second tier of long-running niche, but sorta niche RPGs, because I don't know how many people really want to play two different series of Japanese RPGs. This trailer looks nice, but it just looks like an intro to an anime. As ZWii, this game is a top-down 16-bit animation style. I would say I'm saying 16-bit because the scale of the the scale in the number of pixels per character is higher than an 8-bit game. And it doesn't seem like it's a turn-based RPG. It seems like more of a live action things. And you can pick a pet to accompany you, and you have somebody following you throughout most of the game, it seems. And you run around. Let's see. Recruit a minion that costs 4 or less.
Join the guild. We have cookies.
I don't have any minions that cost 4 or less. There's also some arcade games in this on top of the fighting element. Alright, well, this is a game worth looking at, I think. At the very least. Ziwi, the Argus Adventure. It's probably a side story and not a main story. It boasts super deformed anime style characters. That's what they are when they're really, really small. They're called super deformed. When they look like little squished down characters. This and then this.
Sign now.
For the
Just kill
wild.
this guy. I'm gonna lose, but that's fine. Just need to play the cards. Well, I'm gonna keep an eye out for Ziwi, but I don't know. Yeah, it's really hard to justify playing an RPG. Final Fantasy VII: The Zodiac Age on PC will feature a new game plus and a new game minus mode. What in the world is a new game minus? Is the question. I guess maybe that would push me to play Final Fantasy VII over 13. Let's see. It supports up to 48:9 resolution ratios in the exploration section. 60 frames per second support, keyboard and mouse controls. And you'll need a fairly high-spec machine to take advantage of all of that. The game to be played on a broad number of PCs. It also supports lower resolutions such as 720p, which isn't okay. No mod support, so okay. What is this new game minus thing now? Where in this article? Okay. Let's see. We've added several extra features such as the New Game Plus playable from level 90, a New Game Minus in which you do not level up at all, available from the start, as well as a booster to set your Guild and license boards to the maximum. We think this will allow players to dig even deeper into the game and make new discoveries in the massive world of Ivalance, which I assume is the well. Interesting. A new game minus concept. Play the whole game, don't level up. I suppose if the enemies don't level up in the same way you don't level up, then you're fine. Let's see. Hearthstone related. Hearthstone has another Choose Your Champion reward, so go to hearthstone.com or us.battle.net, wherever you want to go. And look under the esports tab, maybe is where you'll find it. There should be an ad on your battle.net launcher, honestly, that tells you all about it. Choose your champions are you pick somebody and before they enter a esports tournament, and if they win you get more packs, but you usually get packs even if they lose immediately, so you're probably not too bad anyways. I chose the name that looked most recognizable, Frozen, F-R-0-Z-N, as my champion. The people you could have picked from were Hoage, Doc Pond, Orange, Tom 60229, Muzzy, Jason, Zhao, Kanto, Samuel Sao, Surrender, Omega 00, Frozen, Niria, Shatanudachi, Ant, Shintobi, and Purple. Like, just a random assortment of names, and there's pictures of people too, and they're broken up in different groups. Also, I don't really get it all, but Frozen seemed the most recognizable, so that's the one I picked. If you follow the esports thing better than me, the esports scene better than I do, you might be able to figure out that there's something better, somebody who would have been a better pick. Generally, I don't pay any attention to this. This is really shocking. Assassin's Creed Rogue is coming out as a remaster, aka Black Flag 2, for PC. So there's 2 more Assassin's Creed games I need to play, because there's Assassin's Creed Revelations, I believe. Or have I even played the second in the Ezio trilogy? I may not have even played the second in the Ezio trilogy. I'm trying desperately to speed up that process and get caught up on the Assassin's Creed series. But yeah, there's several very long Assassin's Creed games I would have to play before I get to Black Flag 2. So it's strange that was the point to remaster it. All the DLC missions and weapon packs will be included along with the new outfit. 4K support for PS4 and Xbox One. Maybe they just wanted to get another Assassin's Creed game out there on consoles because it's PS4 Pro and Xbox One. Like, seems really odd. Rogue remains a bit of an oddity in the series, according to this article. It was released at the same time as the unloved Assassin's Creed Unity on PS4, and I guess maybe that's the thing, is they're gonna try and remaster Unity. It's a sort of sequel to Black Flag, which has with some of the characters, and Black Flag was the big difference is you play it as a Templar instead of as an assassin. So maybe that's what's the reason. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't think they know what they're doing at Ubisoft to remaster that game. Maybe they've already remastered some of the older games, and that might be the reason. Or maybe they can't remaster some of the older games. And I still got a lot of Nintendo Direct and other news. Nintendo announced Mario Tennis Aces. So yeah, another Mario Tennis game. Nobody should have really been too surprised about that one.
Divine.
Let's see if we can kill one of our characters so we can play this. Just end our turn there. A lot of the games at the Nintendo Direct were ports. For instance, Donkey Kong Country 2 I believe is coming, and The World Ends With You is coming, and I think that was a PSP or a Vita game, so it's coming over to the Switch. There's a Kirby game coming, Kirby Star Allies. Let's see. I don't want to actually... the side-scroller Kirby game is coming out 16th of March. There's this other character. I can't place where this character is from, though. It's... Oh, it's a Pokemon. Yeah, that's a Pokemon. So it's clearly it's not one of the original Pokemon. Otherwise, I would have recognized it. Wish somebody had written down just all of the information. Let's just skip. Let's just skip the Nintendo Direct since it's right here in front of me. But The World Ends With You. Pokemon Stadium. I think it's some new Pokemon Stadium game. I think they had already announced that. We are so close to Pokemon Tournament DX. That was for Switch. Dragon Quest Builders. That's not a good game. Kirby.
Where shall I strike?
Get behind me.
Yeah. A Smash Brothers, or no, this isn't Smash Brothers. This is one of those Dynasty Warriors games with Nintendo characters. It's coming up. Like, we have already said there's a ton of games for the Switch, and it's only gonna get bigger. And I think that's probably a good thing. Let's see. Luigi's Balloon World, which it seems like that's a expansion to Mario Odyssey. The SNK Girl Fighter game. And the Neo Geo Art of Fighters 2 is already available on eShop. Let's see. Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle introducing Donkey Kong. So is this a sequel to the Mario and Rabbids game? Payday 2. Yeah, Payday 2, no longer full microtransactions. I think people might like it now. Well, that was the Asian account. We did those daily quests. Let's switch over to the American account. I don't even think we're going to do a post-game show today at this rate. Maybe, maybe not. It depends. There were some victories I needed to get on the well, I kind of need to get it on the European account. Kind of don't.
You're back. Come tell us a story or two.
Celeste is coming to the Switch. Faye is coming into the Switch. And this Donkey Kong. Yeah, Donkey Kong Country 2. I was thinking that they needed to come out with a new Donkey Kong Country game. It's been a while. So 50 Paladin class cards and 5 with the Druid and Hunter. Let's go ahead and open this pack. Come on, Legendary. Come on, Epic. Yeah, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. I imagine all 5 of those cards are going to be turned into dust. Yep. It's strange that I have anything marked new, but this game glitches so much that the new cards just never stop getting marked. And so I'm on my America's account. Let's see if we've got some friend requests. Yes, we do. There's 2 friend requests accepted. And Dark Souls Remastered. Let's now look again. Paladin class cards. Do we have any Paladin class cards? Do I want to keep that one? Do I want to get rid of it? I'm gonna get rid of it. Let's see. Get rid of this. Make a new deck. Paladin in standard play. Even though I have enough cards to play in Wild on my main account here, I am starting to go back to just making standard decks. Like, I don't have enough to succeed at Wild. So the whole point on this is simply to fill in my entire collection with as cheap as possible Paladin class cards. If I can get a victory, that'd be great, but it doesn't really matter. There. Just going for that 500 ranked victory wins, which I might get that in the next few months. Okay, so that was the entire Nintendo Direct in shorthand form. Some of that we'll come back to later on with more news. By the way, it seems like Resident Evil 4 is 13 years old now. I recently played The Evil Within, which was made by the creative director of Resident Evil 4, and I did not enjoy it as much as I did RE4. Sadly, RE4 doesn't run on my PC well, so I can't go back and celebrate that. I really kind of wish I could. Maybe when I get a new video card it will work better. There's a trailer for a game called Stellaris Apocalypse that will let you kill planets. It's coming sometime in early 2018. Stellaris is, I suspect, some kind of strategy RPG game.
Is someone injured?
Yeah, it's one of those Civilization style games, I think, where you run one of several species in the galaxy and let's see, adapt here. Death Rattle, Divine Shield, attack. In return. Yeah, trailer was nothing but flash. So no real date for Stellaris Apocalypse. That's one of those rock paper shotgun articles that's more of an advertisement than anything. Alright, I'm slowly working my way down here. The game Anamorphine has been delayed to late Q1 2018. I think I already mentioned that. Anamorphine is a crazy looking game that might be really good. and might not be. Kind of hard to tell. It's a surreal adventure game. What is that? Yeah. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze is coming to the Switch on May 4th, so we got some more details there. One would assume no need to actually to actually go back and play like the previous Donkey Kong Country game. I think you're fine where you are. Just to jump into this. Yeah, it says a beginner-friendly mode starring Funky Kong added. Interesting. So if you've never played one of those games, that's fine. Faye is February 16th. I think I already mentioned that. The February update of Mario Odyssey adds the Luigi Balloon World minigame and new snapshot filters and costumes. So good for that. Now I've finally found all the articles that want to actually put some information out there.
Reporting for duty.
The World Ends With You is the final remix. It's due out in 2018, and that's kind of all the information they have about it. The game features high definition visuals. The problem as a YouTuber who can't cover Nintendo stuff because they content ID and claim the copyright on everything, is I would love to play The World Ends With You, but if it doesn't come to PC, there's nothing I can do about it. It's just gonna be another game that is never played by me, never covered. There's a lot of those, and they're sad, but there's also so many other options of games to play. It's easy to kind of just move on with your life. There's a game called Zombie, Z-O-M-B-I-I, that was originally for the Wii, which was spelled W-I-I, that I have wanted to play for probably 7 years now, and I just recently bought it on the PC remaster version. It's not even that good of a game. I know it isn't going in, but I want to play it, and so now whenever I find the appropriate amount of time free, that's a game I'll make an effort to covering. Remember, all I need to do is play Paladin cards right now. Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 is already out for sale, and it has sold 500,000 units. There's an apparent shortage of stock in Japan also, so it's doing pretty good. It gets into a weird position, certainly, where a lot of games need 4 or 5, 6 million units to sell to even make profit if it's a major AAA game. Whereas if it's just a minor game, getting 500,000 units is amazingly helpful. It all kind of just depends on what the manager says is the minimum number of sales you need, and whether they have realistic expectations or not. There's a game called Planetoid Pioneers that's going to be leaving early access on February 8th. What kind of game is this? Let's watch the trailer. Yeah, it's a little shame. It's been roughly an hour and 10 minutes since anybody's talked in their chat, so I think I will probably wrap up and we will have a post-game show when we're done with the news. Like, on my America's account, I can easily cheat to get the other daily quests done and just play myself. Or I could play fans if people wanted to send me friend requests to get victories. And then I need to get some victories on the European account. Or I could just ignore that European account challenge, which maybe I'll do that and just save myself some time. I need to schedule things on my channel. Again, it's never fun to have to schedule and do all the paperwork that is required to get videos to be labeled and just prepared to go out at the time they go out. So that'll be what I do after today, and then I need to, after scheduling, take a step back and evaluate what is the next game I need to play. I don't have long list of games. I kind of pick and choose. This game, Planetoid Pioneers, doesn't look interesting at all. I'm saying a lot too. I am hearing that, yeah. I don't know how to fix it, but I am hearing myself go, and I hate when I get into these visual tics like that.
Will be purged. The battle. The battle.
I don't even know if I want to. I guess I will check out that game later on Steam and see if maybe there's something else. So we had talked about earlier this game, Sword Art Online, that brought back the concept of augmenting your pre-order, and they're trying to get people to pre-order Sword Art Online Fatal Bullet on Steam, kind of like a Kickstarter, and they're promising if we don't get enough pre-orders, you won't get the full amount of things that they are thinking about making. But they're not telling a specific name either. It's a number of pre-orders. They're instead saying you're at like 5%, 10%, numbers that could easily be manipulated at any point.
Evil will be purged.
Let's do this again, one, and then this. Just continuously play cards. So it's really slimy, and frankly I don't know how many people really want to play Sword Art Online Fatal Bullet anyways. Fatal Bullet's better than the second season of Sword Art Online, but Sword Art Online is not the new hotness, and in Japan if an anime is not the new hotness, trying to sell a game isn't going to work. That's generally why anime games don't succeed that well, is because by the time the game can be made and made ready for sale, you've already done your 2 or 3 seasons of your show and people have moved on to the new thing. But in this story they put out some new visuals, and they're talking about some new functions. The first one is insane sounding. It's called co-sleeping events. Let's see. In Sword Art Online, the characters that you can co-sleep with are different in the main story in Kirito mode. By raising your affinity with your target character, you can enjoy co-sleeping to your heart's content. So, and then there's some pictures here of people in bed in their underwear, pajamas.
What would Arthur do?
Not like full coverage pajamas. Underwear is the better description in this case.
The battle.
And it's just like single screen, so I don't know if there's any dialogue or conversation that happens during these events or if this is just ridiculous. Some new characters have been added. Angel, Klein, and Premier. All these are characters that I recognize from Sword Art Online, so they should have been there, and you should have assumed that they would have been there anyways. There's an area introduction. I don't know if it's worth even explaining Sword Art Online as a story. Suffice to say, people put on VR gear in the video game. So you're playing a game that's not VR for all I know. And they put on, but the characters put on VR gear and go into a different video game. And in this one, it's like a shooter tournament style game. It actually is kind of PUBG before PUBG, because this was written before PUBG. Come to think of it, and without spoiling a lot of other things, that's kind of all there is to it. And so it's not going to be a good version of PUBG. Probably it's probably not going to be a good game at all. It is worth pointing out that there was a kind of free-to-play first-person shooter game based on Ghost in the Shell that came out last year that really had no reason to fail and still failed, just because there's not a lot of attention to it and it wasn't that good. And the crossover there is just not going to happen. And you see it in anime movies too. It's like whenever they try to make an anime into a live action or a Western version, like Ghost in the Shell, the Western version it turns out pretty bad, and people really don't want it, and people really don't care. I think that you kind of can just say these things should stay in their lane. It starts to make a little sense when you talk Dragon Ball Xenoverse, because all Dragon Ball is a fighting series, so converting that to a fighting game makes a little sense. But when you try to tell a story, you take away control of the player, and usually, or you telling a worse version of the story that the player has already seen in better formats. It is kind of awkward too here. If you're playing as the main character in Sword Art Online, there's only one character you would be co-sleeping with anyways. So maybe you're playing as a different character. Yeah, that doesn't fully make sense. That the main character in Sword Art Online, despite the story often pretending like other girls might have interest in him, is basically married and totally devoted to the one main female character. Moving on, 7,672 games hit Steam in 2017 alone, says Steam Spy. That is a ridiculous amount of games. In comparison, I think I covered about 140 games last year. So nobody's going to be able to play all these games. Fortunately, most of them are garbage. I guess we'd be in a worse position if it turned out most of those games were good. But it's just crazy, and Steam's gotta kind of put the brakes on some of this stuff. They need to rethink Steam Direct. They need to not just let so much things be put up there to the point where you're flooding the internet with games that have never even been played. A free-to-play game called Border Break has been announced for the PS4. It's a little strange that there's a free-to-play game coming out for the PS4, in my opinion. Let's see. It's due out in 2018. Open beta set for February. It looks kind of like a mech game. Let's watch the trailer. I keep saying let's watch the trailer, but it's just me looking at it. It's from Sega, apparently. Or Sega's publishing it. So, if it's a Japanese mech game, which is what it looks like, that might explain why I haven't heard of it. Even though I try pretty hard to keep my ear to the ground from Japanese games, because they're constantly making Japanese games and releasing them, there's still a lot that surprise me. And of course, the problem with watching a Japanese trailer is that the trailer is mostly just an anime opening, and it really has no relation whatsoever to what the game is going to be. So I'm seeing a green-haired girl getting into a mech robot and launching a mech robot. These mechs apparently can go invisible, and they have big guns, and they're fighting some kind of green crystalline entity background. Well, now the background is green crystals, but there's these red mech robots that they're fighting in fast-paced hand-to-hand combat and gun fighting. It all looks really good right now, but the actual gameplay, you never know. Like, I'm not sure I saw even a small bit of gameplay in that. See, this is a new game, or a new series as far as I can tell, and getting somebody into a new series in the niche of mech battlers, it's going to be pretty difficult. The second half of the trailer started to show some actual gameplay footage. It looks fine. Has a lot of customization of your mechs, customization of the characters, maybe slight visual novels in which characters communicate. If you're big into mech games, look for Border Break, but I imagine it will come and go. These free-to-play games do that a lot.
Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty.
Alright. And
Evil will be purged.
I have the opportunity to skip this article because this is just talking about a terrible movie that had a terrible video game in it, so there's no reason to actually mention that right now, so I'll save that for Monday. Let's see. Gamasutra has an article called Blunder Years Game Developers Talk About Their Biggest Mistakes. Let's see if we can see anything. Yeah, you might want to read that. It's several tweets, but I might read that later, but I'm not going to read it now. There's some job listings I'm not going to read right now. I'm trying to wrap up here. We've been going long enough. I'm on the Humble Bundle, and when I get to the Humble Bundle store, that's when I know that I've hit the end of the news articles I've opened. So the Hope for Orphans bundle is on right now. You would have to pay more than $7.27 to unlock the second tier. That's about all I really want to say about it. It's just to say that that's kind of a high for the second tier. A little bit higher than it normally would. Let's go back to Twitter and see. Apparently PAX South is happening right now. PAX South just tweeted that PAX South 2018 is 27% complete. They like to do that, give weird percentages. I don't know the real reason or rhyme to it. It seems like it's just silliness. So there might be some articles. The instigator of that fatal swatting in Kansas has been charged with involuntary manslaughter. So, from what I hear, he's wanted and guilty of several other things. So, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets the book thrown at him and we don't hear from him, or he doesn't get out of jail for a very long time, if not life. It still doesn't resolve the issue in the United States where there seems to be a known way to say something to convince police to run in guns blazing and shoot people. And that should not be the case. Ever. Scroll down here.
You shinies.
Going through my Twitter feed to see if there's any news. Sega will announce a new game next week that could be the successor to Theme Hospital. Let's see what that is. I don't know what Theme Hospital is. The Evil Within #5 just went out on my channel. Moving on with the news. I'm scrolling down here and seeing a lot of just repeats, so I think we may be good. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, in case anybody's wondering, so we'll be back on Monday.
Reporting for duty.
This is taking a while. The original Xbox controller, known as the Duke, has been remade. I don't think it's actually being remade by a Microsoft though. I think it's like a Mad Catz clone. Why anybody would want to play with that controller, I don't know. It's probably worse than the Nintendo 64 controller, and that's a pretty bad one. Let's see, the game that is the next Yumi Nikki project, which is this cult hit game that I couldn't see why anybody liked it, but people seem to do like it, has been named. It's called Dream Diary. Abduction number 23 also aired recently on my channel. I wish Abduction was a better game, more complicated with more variety in the puzzles. From the being a game from the creators of Myst, they really kind of dumbed it down and simplified some things. Epic has a video teasing the next Fortnite Battle Royale update. Apparently it's going to be in a motel. A map in the motel is what I think they're teasing there. I suppose I'll just keep playing here until he either takes victory or whatever. He's got 2 more cards.
I'm almost out of
I have
cards.
10 cards. So I could win just by default if he runs out of cards enough and fatigues himself to death.
I'm out of cards.
Alright, so that's it for the news. And nothing to really say about that one.
We hunger for vengeance.
I'm not. The new Duke controller will work with the Xbox One and PC. It will sell for $70, which is kind of high.
Lovely.
I'm trying to figure out what company actually is making it, though.
Which path to choose?
There's just this name of somebody named Samus Blakely, or Blackley.
We must act now. What would Uther do?
Maybe this is coming out via Microsoft. That would be crazy. Well, maybe the original Xbox controller is coming out via Microsoft. Looking at the trailer for Dream Diary, it's as crazy as the Yumi Nikki project, which was just a walking simulator, it seemed, via lucid dreaming. And it seems like they're continuing down that path. And I guess we can end on something political. I didn't want to do it till the end here, but Donald Trump at some point claimed that he had sold fictional Call of Duty jets to Norway. He said we sold F-52 fighters to Norway. He seems to have some kind of obsession with Norway and really love that country while hating quite a few others, and there's no F-52 fighters in reality, unless he just leaks some kind of classified information, and there's no way of confirming that. If you think for a second that he meant B-52s, we haven't made B-52 bombers in a long time either. So, like, there might be an F-22 out there. Let's see if maybe this article talks about what we are actually selling them. And it's not even us really selling them. Let's be realistic. It's the U.S. government allowing the war industrial complex to sell them. It's companies in the United States that make money off of the world being at war, selling vehicles of war to countries that they're allowed to sell them to. F-35 fighter jets. Let's see. Trump appeared to be reading directly from the script when he talks about the deal, so it's possible he misread it. But it's also possible that somebody actually typed it in wrong. If you want to give Trump more credit than most people would. Let's see. Norway has ordered 40 of the much troubled F-35 fighters and has another 12 lined up. So they ordered 52 F-35 fighters, and you could see the mistake there. Yeah. But odd, slight, very, very slight connection to video games. And I think that puts me right where I want to be to wrap up this and do a little bit of post-game play. Just playing my secondary account.
Will be purged. That's not a valid target.
I still don't know what causes some people to get on the chat and some people not to. I'm not sure there really is an answer to that question. It seems to be a little more random than anything than I'll ever be able to figure it out. At a certain point, if my channel just grows and I have thousands and thousands of people watching every live stream, those concerns can't really be looked at or addressed, but as I'm right now still very small YouTube channel, there's a lot to do. Alright. So I can cheat this easily by getting victories by playing my secondary account. So the only thing I need to do really in the post-game show, and I imagine I want to do it, is get some victories on this European account. I don't know how long I've been going. Looks like it might have been another hour and a half. I messed up my timer. It would have been telling me how long I've gone. Yeah, 2 more Shaman victories are needed here, and that'll be the focus on the post-game show, and then I will cheat the American account. Let's see if there was anything on the European account as far as friend requests. Nope. And I'll try and remember to look at the chat and friend the person with the Japanese name, but there's a chance I won't get around to it. Sorry. You're gonna have to friend me if you have a name with Japanese characters or any non-English characters. That's it for the talking part. That's it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on basically any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
Thrall versus Liad.
Your win, friend. I concede.
versus Liadrin.
My blade burns with holy fire.
For Doomhammer. The legions I command.
You'll win, friend. I can see it. You will pay for that, cur.
The tavern's always open. That deck is only for wild games. Malfurion versus Nemzi.
Let's have some fun!
I must protect the wild. Job's done. Avast, matey! Job's done. Job's done.
We will devour this world.
Job's done.
Side effects? No. Trust me.
done.
Yes. Oh, yes. They'll serve me now.
Don't rush me.
For the wild. Job done.
Darkness rises.
Don't rush me.
Your magic shall not save you.
The scourge will devour all. Job done.
Yes. Oh, yes. They'll serve me now.
Well played. For the wild.
Darkness rises.
The light protects me.
Darkness rises.
No. Trust me.
Malfurion versus Malfurion.
I must protect the wild. Nature must be preserved.
Side effects? No. Trust me.
Jade Serpent guide you.
This might sting. Do you need a blessing? This might sting.
I don't have enough mana.
Do you need a blessing? This might sting. Your turn. This might sting.
Malfurion versus Malfurion.
I must protect the wild. Nature must be preserved. hand is too full.
Job's done.
My hand is too full.
Time waits for no one.
My hand is too full. My hand is too full.
Malfurion versus Malfurion.
I must protect the wild. Nature must be preserved.
Gadgets and Gazette always gets the scoop.
More training?
They'll never know what hit 'em.
Jade Serpent guide you.
More training?
I want answers.
Mind if I roll me?
Job's done.
They'll never know what hit 'em.
I don't have enough mana.
More training?
I want answers.
Malfurion versus Malfurion.
I must protect the wild. Nature must be preserved.
Jade Serpent guide you.
Job done.
Gadgets and Gazette always gets
Job's
the
done.
scoop.
What to do?
Side effects? No. Trust me.
I want answers.
For the wire waits for no one. My hand is too full. What to do?
I want answers.
This might sting.
Time waits for no one. For the wild.
Malfurion versus Malfurion.
I must protect the wild. Nature must be preserved.
Done.
More training? I hope you like my invention. More training?
One shot, one.
More training? Oh, if you're sure.
For the wild. My hand is too full.
And Gazette always gets the scoop.